He's both league out here in Stewartville. It's a big day for him today, and we're all really excited for him. Other than that, I would say go ahead, sign those papers, Dawson. We're going to Whitewater University. Round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Youth Holiday Match Games.
Just a few more moments. I want to get a couple pictures with the guys myself, and we'll go ahead and we'll start making the announcements for today's tournament.
You're looking live at a signing ceremony for Dawson Peterson as he puts pen to paper and commits to further his competitive bowling career, his education at UW Whitewater. Those of you who were watching the adult holiday match games yesterday probably caught some of Dawson's comments. He had some good stuff going on in the chat there, but he's got some good stuff going on the lanes too, and he'll be bringing those talents to Whitewater and their fantastic program. An ITC National Championship program a couple of years ago. And head coach Brandon Mooney and Dawson's family and supporters posing for pictures. And once they conclude their picture taking, handshaking, we're going to get things started at the Youth Holiday Match Games. And as we get things started, hopefully Mr. Peterson will come up and share his thoughts with us here on the live stream. If memory serves, I think Dawson was one of the MJBT stars who competed at this year's border battle with the Wisconsin Youth Bowlers Tour at Wagner's Lanes in Eau Claire. Brandon was one of the competitors in yesterday's adult holiday match games. As he brings on one of Minnesota's more talented juniors into the Warhawks program.
Do you want your picture with?
You can see Zach Andreessen up there. He's another one who competed yesterday in the adult holiday match games. Did pretty well, too. Made the double elimination match play and hung around for several games. So once again, Dawson Peterson committing to UW Whitewater to further his education and competitive bowling. And Dawson is from Stewartville, Minnesota, which is pretty close here to the Rochester area. And hopefully as we get things started here, we can get Mr. Peterson here in our live stream booth. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Colonial Lanes in Rochester, Minnesota for the youth holiday match games. We're going to get the juniors started in just a few moments here. We'll give you kind of a lay of the land here as we get things started. The format is very similar to yesterday if you tuned in for the holiday match games. The only difference is there's one fewer game of qualifying. I'm not sure exactly how the groups will end up moving pair to pair. Yesterday, I believe they skipped 2 pairs. There were signs on the little scoring consoles to direct people to their next pair. This morning, those signs are gone, so they may just be moving a pair at a time. But regardless, 7 games of qualifying across 14 lanes. The top 16 advance to match play, and that match play is a single game double elimination bracket. So you make match play, you go head to head, single game, winner advances in the winner's bracket, loser advances in the loser's bracket, but if you lose twice, you're out. Boys and girls competing for the same top prize here. And this is the pattern that they'll be playing on. It's the 2023 ITC women's team pattern from Addison, Illinois earlier this year. Now, it is a modified pattern because the machine here does not have 2 tanks, but it is modified to essentially mimic or get as close as it can to the women's team pattern you see right here. As we get things going here, in just a second, I'm going to reposition my camera so I can show you the live stream pair that you'll see during competition today. So here we are on our live stream pair 7 and 8. You can also see 9 and 10 off to the right there. If you recall, at yesterday's holiday match games, the adult version, 7 and 8 was a tough pair. There were a lot of low scores. We saw Brady Stearns, who certainly is one of the best in this state, if not the Midwest, shoot really one of the first big games here.
Our last people checking in here. So I'm going to start going through my announcements. First off, good morning, everyone. How's everyone doing? Good, awesome. Anyways, I want to start off before I do anything. I want to take time to thank Jetter Clean. Jetter Clean is our title sponsor here today. You see Leader Jenny here. Make sure you say thank you. So a quick round of applause for them.
That's Tournament Director Al Houston.
We also have,
thanking the sponsors.
Elks and MJBT also donated money to these for this tournament. So thank you to those guys also. So today's format. This is a little different than your normal MJBT. Today we're bowling 7 games qualifying, and the top 16 make a double elimination bracket. What we do is the top 4 girls are guaranteed a spot to the bracket, but we're cashing 8 girls all together. We're also cashing 2 U15 spots. You want to follow the standings today, you can follow the Med City Holiday page on Facebook. I will be posting gamely updates on there. So today you'll be skipping 2 pairs to your right all day. You'll be moving as a pair. So you'll be moving as a pair, skipping 2 pairs to your right. I think before the time you're done with your first game, we'll have some signs up there to help direct traffic. Just a reminder, we do have Bowling with the FEF here. So we do have a live stream going on today. If you follow the FEF's YouTube page and give it a like and subscribe, you can watch the video either today or you can check back on it and watch it when you're done. Big thank you here to Colonial Lanes for allowing us to come in here and do this again. So big round of applause for Tim back here. Mike back here. Really appreciate you guys. The kitchen today is going to be open at 10 a.m. roughly. They're doing a chicken strip special. It's $11.95 for a chicken strip and fries today, okay? Other than that, I don't have a whole lot. If you have any questions, feel free to come talk to me. I'll be up here at the counter. My name's Al, okay? Other than that, let's go ahead. We're going to go ahead and rip some practice. We got 15 minutes coming up, okay?
So as the competitors get ready to throw some shadow balls, this is the Facebook page where you can find those score updates. It's the Med City Holiday Weekend, the same Facebook page that was putting out those standings updates yesterday. And as they pop up there, I'll try and share them on the screen as well so we can keep everybody informed, up to date on who's making a run toward the top, who's got some work to do to get there, and who will be moving on to our double elimination match play. So as Al mentioned, girls and boys are all competing with each other today. There are 4 guaranteed spots for the girls in that 16-person match play. And 4 other girls will have guaranteed cash spots. So 8 girls total will cash in this tournament. But as far as scores are concerned, they're not just competing with each other. They're also competing with the boys in this unique Minnesota Junior Bowlers Tour format.
So you came and talked to me when I wasn't quite
So warming up for 15 minutes here, and my hope is that pretty soon here we can get Mr. Dawson Peterson over to offer his thoughts on not only the competition today, but his big announcement from a few minutes ago that he'll be attending UW Whitewater for his college education and college bowling. By the looks of the scoring displays, it looks like we've got 8 on a pair. And we are going all the way across the house. So 4 on a lane, 20 lanes in the house. You do the math. That's 80 entries. So a little bigger field than yesterday, and certainly a bigger crowd in the concourse here.
wanted to go on Facebook.
So it's not on Facebook, it's on YouTube. Yep. Or unless you have a scanner app.
That I don't.
Okay. Go to
YouTube.
Yep. Go to YouTube. And just search under bowling with the Fef.
Bowling with what?
Bowling with the Fef.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Oh, not E. Okay, enter that. And just go right on there. And this one that with the live, that's
Okay.
it.
Okay. I'll call my wife. Bowling with the Fef.
Yep. And then once you're on it, you can share it by going to these three dots
Oh, okay.
and just sharing it. That'll copy in the link. So you can put it in a text or an email or whatever. That might be easier.
Oh, really?
Yep.
So then if I share it.
Yep.
And if I send her an email.
Yep. There you go. The link's right there.
And then she'll just touch on that.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
Any tape in there?
So as the competitors continue practicing here, I want to let you know that this is the qualifying of the Youth Holiday Match Games. And we have two separate video links. If you can see right here on the channel, you'll be looking for the 10K Larson Siding, Windows, and Roofing Quadruple Crown playlist. And that will get you into these two links. You're at the qualifying one right now. We'll be covering all 7 games of qualifying. And then the one right next to it, the Livestream 2023 Youth Holiday Match Games Match Play link will be for the coverage this afternoon. So once the competitors are done with their 7 games, we'll wait for the tournament staff to gather scores and come up with a top 16. And then we'll flip right over to that second link, the other one in the playlist with the Minnesota Junior Bowlers Tour logo on it. And you can see that button that says notify me. If you click that, it will most definitely give you a heads up as soon as we go live on that link. The bowlers here about halfway through their 15 minutes of practice. Want to give a big thank you to our host center, Colonial Lanes. They have been incredibly accommodating to me and certainly to the competitors in these 2 events. As I pointed out at the end of the live stream yesterday, I cannot recall one machine breakdown yesterday, which is awesome. They've got a great mechanic standing by in the back, ready to take care of any potential problems at a moment's notice. And that's outstanding. And you can tell, the confidence they have here because every lane is being used, all 20. So good stuff. You might have seen Terry McKinney on our tournament staff peek into the frame there. Good guy. He's another one who made the match play yesterday at the adult holiday match games, part of the tournament staff here today. Big thank you to those of you who are checking us out live here. There is a live chat that you'll find right under the video window if you're on desktop. And likely underneath if you're on mobile. Feel free to use it. Let us know where you're watching from, who you're cheering for, what you think of the coverage. Good, bad, or indifferent, it's all good. And if you have a moment, I would certainly appreciate it if you subscribe to the channel. All you have to do is log on to Google or Gmail through YouTube. Hit the subscribe button. You'll find it in the bottom right there. We're on the road to 2,000 subscribers, and it doesn't cost you anything to subscribe. And if you hit the notification bell, you can be one of the first to know every time we go live or upload recorded video content, and it certainly helps me in my journey of live streaming and creating bowling content. We also have a presence on several of the social media platforms. Got a group in Facebook. It's a group on purpose. It's there for everyone involved to have a discussion about bowling, youth bowling, adult bowling, let people know about tournaments that are coming up, other bowling related content on social. So if you have any kind of bowling related message you want to get out there, that's a great place to do it. It's more than 1,000 strong at this point. You can also find Bowling with the Fef on Twitter or X, depending on what you call it. Instagram, TikTok, we got it all covered. But as far as the video content, both live and recorded, it's typically on the YouTube channel. So that's a great place to go to catch some of the best bowling content across the Midwest, and certainly in my home state of Wisconsin. As for today, we're in Rochester, Minnesota at Colonial Lanes for the Youth Holiday Match Games. Back here in the concourse, we've got a full house packed with parents and other supporters of these excellent junior bowlers from all over Minnesota and beyond.
Okay, guys, stop signs are coming up. So I'll hold up, we'll get you started. Got just a couple last minute announcements. If you notice here, a lot of you guys are already familiar with them. But Jerry will be here taking pictures today. If you'd like to go see his pictures, you can follow Jerry's Bowling Photos on Facebook. I got one good announcement here to the parents. If you would like to sit in a high chair, feel welcome to go grab one in the bar. Tim said it was okay. So if you want a high chair, grab one of the wood ones from the bar. You're more than welcome to. Other than that, good luck, good bowling.
So as Al mentioned, it might have been tough to hear, but we also have a still photographer here taking pictures of the competition. Hopefully he doesn't mind if I share his page. It's called Jerry's Bowling Photos on Facebook. And you can see his images from yesterday's adult holiday match games as well as today's youth holiday match games as we get going in game one here. Wyatt Honecker starts out with a powerful strike here on our live stream pair of lanes 7 and 8. We'll certainly get an update on the actual rundown of scholarship prizes for the folks who make the cut, cash, etc. It is guaranteed $1,200 in first place, so at minimum, it'll be $1,200. There's Olivia Baskin, fresh off a tournament in Appleton, Wisconsin yesterday, covering that spare in the first frame here. So as we kind of look across the house, you've got a lot of junior players who are bowling this event exclusively this weekend, but several who you may recall from yesterday's adult match games. Zach Andreessen, who just walked by, is one of them. Our adult holiday match games champion, Trey Henriksmeyer, also competing in the junior event today. I saw Brooke Salzman on the high end of the house. Hunter Diepenbrock, who I believe is on 3 and 4, starting things off today. This is game one of the qualifying here at the Youth Holiday Match Games at Colonial Lanes in Rochester, Minnesota. 1 of 7. As we get things going here through the morning, we're hoping to have a chat with Al Houston, who's running things here at Colonial. Perhaps a few others as Joey AC connects on lane 7 here. And remember, one of the great things about this is even if you miss parts of the live stream, you can always come back and check it out on replay. And thanks to all of you who are doing that. Once this live stream is in the books, it is available on replay either forever or as long as YouTube is a thing. And I would venture to guess that YouTube isn't going away anytime soon. This Minnesota Junior Bowlers Tour competition is all scratch. So the scores are what they are. And it all factors into who ends up making that 16-player match play at the conclusion of our qualifying here. And we estimate that'll start around 2 this afternoon. Yeah, come on over. Have a seat. Yeah. And I have you guys share a microphone if that's okay. Let's we can make sure our audio is good and all that good stuff, and flip the camera around because we are joined here by Dawson Peterson, the man of the hour. Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you.
Tell our audience, our viewers, about why you chose UW Whitewater.
Well, I pretty much know everyone that bowls on the team, and when I went and toured, I just loved the campus, and yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, good team, good campus. That's a
Yep.
great start, right? Talk about, I guess, kind of the process, because everybody's journey to end up at the university that they pick is a little different. Some like I remember doing that myself. Never was recruited by anybody. I just, hey, you mind if I bowl with you? That so I'm sure it was a little different for you, right? No.
I don't know. Very bad at this.
Yeah.
I don't.
Maybe Brandon can elaborate.
Yeah. That's it. No, I'm kind of short. I first saw him at Junior Gold a few years ago, so I reached out to him. I'd say, hey, you really like the game a lot, be interested in getting you out for a tour and all that stuff. Because honestly, like as much as you want a kid, you need them to come tour first. Because if it's not the campus not a fit, then it's just not a fit for them. So, like I said, when you like the campus and stuff, it definitely helps my way of trying to push my way into getting a recruit like that. So. It all starts out with if you see someone you like, you email them, you message them on Facebook. There's so much social media nowadays. It's easy to, hopefully a player has their name on their shirt. You look them up on Facebook or something. You can shoot them a message and start that process. So so I'm a Junior Gold a few years ago. Shot him a message after that qualifying block, and say, hey, let's get you out for a visit. And eventually got him out for a visit, and honestly, must have liked it enough to come bowl for me for 4 years. So must have done something okay, I guess.
Yeah. Dawson, what do you see in Brandon as a coach that works for you or even works for the team in general?
He's a lefty.
He is a lefty.
Yeah. I don't know how to answer questions.
Yeah.
I don't know. I really have an answer.
Do you guys gel as as friends, as
Yeah,
coach
he helped me at Junior Gold this year. Helped me try and stay calm when I was frying out. That was fun.
Happened once or twice.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. How about out here? I know you're not competing today, but you know a lot of these competitors. What do you think they're going to face in a place like Colonial that really proved to be pretty tough for the adults yesterday?
Well, I've always loved this tournament because I lived at Loft and Get Left, and I've had success every year here. Last year I won the youth one, and I started bowling the adult one when I was 14, and I make cut every year. So yeah, I don't know. And I picked the pattern. I'm hoping it will be pretty hard.
Yeah, it's a little bit different than yesterday, but it also has that history at the collegiate event from earlier this year. What are they going to face on that pattern? Is it something where they're going to have miss room, in, out, anything like that, or is it just tight all the way across? Yeah.
Yeah, so you just look at the pattern. It's a Nick Hoagland pattern. So obviously those are always have those. He always finds a way to have his little tricks in there. So it's one of the intercollegiate patterns for nationals. So typically, I've noticed Nick likes to at least try to make a start on the gutter. Keep our angles pretty straight. But then eventually, as the lanes develop, especially in college bowling, might be a little bit different with the youth bowlers as far as a little less rev rates, not as many bowlers on a pair, but they're also bowling more games. So, maybe you'll see what it kind of develop into. But so typically, I see a lot of kids, they are trying to start a little bit straighter, but as the lanes kind of develop, I think they're going to get farther left and they might cliff up a little bit too. So you just have to be a little bit more precise in your shots as you get farther left, because there's going to be those hang spots as the lanes start to develop and hook a little too soon or too much down lane, So, yeah, I could see the kids starting to get left, and then the scoring pace is probably going to slow down a little bit, I think, towards maybe like games 4 or 5, because that's going to be that transition hit where, pair to pair, especially after bowling yesterday, pair to pair is so tricky here. So, it's got to if you find a good pair, you got to take advantage of it for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Blake Hansen wanted to say hi to Dawson. Blake? So glad to see you tuning in live, Blake. Brandon, along with being here for Dawson, competing yesterday, I mean, it's not like you're not seeing what's going on. Have you talked to any of the athletes, the parents, about what Whitewater's about and doing any of that stuff?
Yeah, for sure. Like some of these kids I've already known, just junior gold and other stuff. It's so as you see kids that you've already kind of been talking to, and especially it gets a little tricky when they're a little bit younger, right? Because like you want to keep in contact with them, but like when they're freshmen and sophomores, like you're not gonna push at them quite as quick. They're still a year or two away from making a decision. But however, as a coach, if you're interested, like you want to make sure that when you see them, say hi to your parents. So that way they if they're here. They see that I'm here. Just have a little small conversation. So already walking through the building, I've already said hi to a few parents that I've met. Waved hi to some bowlers that I've talked to. So it's part of the process. Of just making sure you're staying in contact with some of these kids, and hopefully you get someone more to come your way. And there's probably a good 5 or 6 here that I've already been kind of talking to, and who knows, maybe if I'll see anybody else out here as I'm hanging out for a few more hours before I head back home, but add to the list to keep in contact with.
Yeah. Give me the elevator pitch. What's UW Whitewater all about in bowling program? And for people who may have heard the name but don't really know much about it.
Yeah. We won our first intercollegiate championship a few years ago. So I bowled there myself and under Sean Walkner, who went out with a bang. So I don't know if Sean's listening in. He tends to watch stuff like this all the time. So if he is, hi Sean. So I bowled under Sean. We won as he announced his retirement season middle of the year, and they went out and gave him a departing gift, and they won their first national title a few years ago. So that was pretty cool. I was assistant coach during that time, so I was still part of that was my first year after I graduated from the bowling for the team. So we got there as I took over there, and I still try to implement a lot of Sean's values, as far as people say it's cliche, but it's true as far as, working as a team and, kind of stuff like that. Because in all reality, compared to like other schools, as far as like talent level, like Wichita State, for example, phenomenal program. They got a lot of junior team USA bowlers that bowl for them. As far as talent level wise, as far as us, we've only had a few Team USA pro bowlers go through our program. So you have to find different ways to be successful, as far as just relying fully on talent. So we try the team, team building aspect, and make sure we're gelling as a crew, and not just the bowlers, but me and my coaches, my assistant coaches, make sure we're gelling with the guys. All 10 of us are on the same page during an event, all that kind of stuff. So it's just that's our biggest core values right there is being together and playing the lanes together, trying to make sure everyone's aware of what everyone's seeing, and So I always tell them, like, you guys are bowlers too. Like, it's as a coach, it's not just me telling you what to do. You know, like if you see something in the lane, like put it to the group, so that way all 10 of us are aware of any information that's being put out there, and we go with an idea together. So I really rely on us working as a whole unit, and that's just kind of what we're about and try to be about. And so far, so good. You know, I got a lot of great kids that bowl for my program that really buy into that process, and we try to keep recruiting kids that'll keep that kind of environment going. You know.
So Dawson, the next several months between now and when you arrive on campus, what's that like for you? What do you do? And you can hand that over to him.
Well, right now I'm trying to still recover from an injury I had in September. I tore my ACL, so I've been out since middle of September. Should be back in like another month or two. And then pretty much just going to try and get ready for junior gold. And then after that, really try and work hard to get where I need to be for college tournaments. Yeah.
I can't tell who's watching this and who isn't, especially
if Doug is watching, you suck.
You read my mind. That was great stuff yesterday, by the way.
Thank you. I tried.
I don't know if Doug agrees, but it was fun stuff. But no, congratulations to you, and best of luck. I know if it was me, I would be very excited to be coming from Minnesota and going to Wisconsin, hopefully for 4 years. Wisconsin's a great place, probably the best of places. So very happy to see you making that kind of decision to further your studies and your bowling at, let's face it, one of the greatest programs in America.
Oh, yeah.
Cool. Well, we'll get back to the competition. Coach Brandon, Dawson Peterson, again committed to UW Whitewater to further his competitive bowling and his college studies. Best of luck to you, and best of luck to you, Coach Brandon. Yeah, both this season and beyond.
Thank you.
You bet. We are still in game one here of the competition. And that was Dawson Peterson from Stewartville, Minnesota. Glad to have him chime in. Life on YouTube X. Good to see you back. Afternoon in the United Kingdom. And yeah, thank you for letting people know. Like and share. Yeah, it's the big mic is in the way of the guy I was interviewing. It's not the ideal setup here. I try to take up as little space as possible, and it would be easier if I could kind of show you a wider shot, but there are parents and supporters of these kids everywhere, and the last thing I want to do is take up too much space. So, I try to take up just as much space as I need to get this thing online and go from there. But yeah, it's not ideal with the microphone setup. And then left-handed bowling puts a spin on the ball. Yeah. I mean, I would venture to guess that all these kids are putting some kind of rotation on it, some more than others, but it's typically I guess some people, I guess, spin it in the classical sense, but most kind of get under the ball and get through it and put revolutions on it rather than just spin. And really in an attempt to get it to roll, because that's where the power comes from, is the roll. And yeah, the camera is working now. I'm knocking on wood, hoping it'll continue working as well as it is. I wonder if there was some dust in one of the ports. I kind of checked for that. And I think that might have been causing that interference. At least I hope I'm right, because cameras are expensive, Speaking of the rotation that some of these kids are applying to the bowling ball, you can see a lot of different contrasts and styles. Some of them with the traditional one-handed thumb in the ball approach. Others two-handed. You can see Joey Acey on lane 7, one of those two-handers. No thumb in the ball, but able to apply that rotation in either direction to throw a traditional hook or back it up as his needs arise. And I hope, the athletes here recognize that opportunity to have Brandon, Whitewater's head coach, here to see what's going on, watch for potential recruits. He's got his eyes open. I hope that, some of these juniors who are looking at possibly continuing on to the next level, college bowling, come, shake his hand, talk to him about the program. Doesn't mean they have to attend Whitewater. Doesn't mean he has to recruit them. But having the conversation is a good first step. And, like I said, Brandon's one of the best. So, okay. So Life on X and formerly Twitter says 2 hands on the ball okay for qualifying. 2 hands on the ball is actually okay for bowling in general. Now, when I say okay, I mean within the rules, because there are varying opinions on that. I'm fine with it. Not everybody is. But as far as within the rules, as long as there is not a thumb hole drilled in the ball, you can throw it without a thumb. So whether that's two-handed, whether that's one-handed and kind of cradling it without the thumb, you can absolutely do that, as long as it doesn't have an extra hole. So these kids are very in tune with that. They know that. The two-handers and the boys and girls who throw it two-handed or all or some of the time are prepared with bowling balls that don't have that thumb hole drilled in it. But if you have a thumb hole drilled in the ball, you cannot throw it without the thumb. And that's a rule that spans across the United States Bowling Congress and professionals. Basically, any organized play has to abide by that standard. But as far as delivering the bowling ball, absolutely within the rules, and it's becoming more and more popular. Thank you for that. No, as you can probably tell, that's a question that has been discussed a lot in our sport at large, and the younger generation is there are a lot of players who throw it two-handed or with no thumb. And they do because of the power. It allows them to put more rotation on the ball and results in the ball hitting the pins harder and pushing those pins sideways instead of straight back. In fact, our champion from yesterday, Trey Henriksmeyer, is a two-handed bowler. I was talking to him afterwards about what it would be like if he would throw with a thumb, and he said not very good. But as a two-hander, he's really one of the best in the Midwest, if not the country. Blake says two-handers. It's a debate. It really is. Not everybody is on board. There are some people who believe that two-handed bowling should be outlawed. Others believe that two-handed bowlers should be in a separate category from those that use a thumb in one hand. And I don't think that debate is going anywhere, but I don't think you can deny that it is a huge part of the present and the future of the sport of bowling. I've tried throwing it two-handed before. It's not pretty. But I'm older, you know? I've got so many years invested in throwing it with a thumb that I'm kind of intimidated by the idea of making the switch. So the tournament staff did end up putting out some signs to direct these players as far as the groups that will advance to their next pairs. So, for example, our tournament pair here, our live stream pair 7 and 8, this group will move to 13 and 14 after game 1. Yeah, Blake says he tried throwing it with two hands and it maybe goes 8 miles an hour. That's a big part of it, is generating the speed and getting the timing right to generate that speed, because with more rotation, you need enough speed to counteract that so it doesn't just go left right away. Or right if you're a left-hander. And that's another reason why I'm intimidated by the idea of trying to convert my game to that, because of the speed factor. You have to start out with lighter bowling balls and kind of work your way in, figure out the timing, muscle memory, all that stuff. Yeah, Walter Ray Jr. has bowled a 300 in competition as a two-hander. And he's a pretty frequent content creator on Facebook. And he will bowl some leagues and tournaments traditional, and sometimes he'll bowl two-handed. He's found a way to incorporate that two-handed style into his game. And of course, he is a historically great traditional one-handed thumb-in bowler who has won 47 times on the PBA Tour, the most of all time. But when he needs the extra rotation and the extra power and to shape the ball a little more, he will throw it two-handed. But again, like I said, you need additional bowling balls, which for Walter, I'm sure is no problem. You can see Joey Woods-Wiseman on lane 8 in the blue. He had a nice run at the Midwest Youth Championships in Alexandria earlier this year. I believe he was runner-up in one of the divisions, perhaps just the boys' side. And, as I take a look up and down the house, there are some pairs that just have 7 on the pair, others with 8, as the group is in front of us. Yeah, Blake, you got it. And guess who won the Midwest Youth Championships? None other than Trey. Yeah, for sure. We talked with him about that after that happened earlier this year. Man, it's tough to find a tournament in recent history in Wisconsin and surrounding states that Trey hasn't won this season. And right now, I believe he's down on 17 and 18, so we'll get a look at him in game 2. So again, the pattern that the juniors are playing on today, the 2023 ITC women's team Addison pattern. Again, it's modified based on the limitations of the oiling machine here, but that's the basic concept of the pattern here today. And it'll be interesting to see how it breaks down. Usually after 2-3 games, you start seeing some of that transition. Maybe sooner, depending on types of players who are competing on these lanes. So as we get down to the end of game 1 here, really following that same trend from the adult version of the holiday match games yesterday. This pair, 7 and 8, just not an easy pair to score on. Wyatt Honecker finishing with 172. Woods Wiseman takes care of that 3-6, 9-10, and with count will be in the upper 190s. So with a little more than an hour under our belts, I want to welcome everybody who is watching live or on replay to our coverage of the youth holiday match games here at Colonial Lanes in Rochester, Minnesota. We're putting the finishing touches on game 1 of 7 games of qualifying. And you'll see coverage of all 7, as well as the double elimination match play that will take place this afternoon. We believe that'll start around 2 o'clock. If you are watching live, be sure and utilize that live chat that is right underneath the video window. Let us know where you're watching from, who you're cheering for. Yeah, shout out these hardworking kids. This is guaranteed to be a mental grind for all these players and as they make their way through. And a double in the 10th for Joey Acey. He's going to be in the 2 teams, which is going to lead this group in game 1. Life on Twitter or Life on YouTube X wants to know, this is the last competition before the Christmas break. I believe this is the last Minnesota Junior Bowlers Tour event before the Christmas break. Every player is a little bit different as far as what they compete in and when. So it kind of depends on where these players live and what's available in their area. So it's kind of tough to put a blanket statement out and say yes or no, it's the last one, because it really depends, especially when you throw the possibility that some of these kids end up competing in collegiate events too. That's something that kind of is out of their control because their coach determines where, and their school administrators determine where and when they end up bowling. Brady says this is the first game, right? Yep, this is the end of game 1. And you can see the score machines are blue, and they typically change colors for the different games, so it'll be a different color once they go to the second game of competition here. And I'll tell you, it's tough to tell from the vantage point that I'm at with the 2 cameras because they're raised up a little bit, but there is a lot of traffic going between the pairs right now. So it looks like Trey is setting up shop on, I believe, 3 and 4, although it's kind of tough to see from this angle with
As you guys are moving,
a lot
you guys
of
do
the
us a
players
favor
around.
and keep your score sheets together with the pair you're on. We'll be walking through to grab them, so if you keep your score sheets with the people you're bowling with. Thank you.
So Life on YouTube X wants to know if it's possible for me to show both cameras on one screen. I can't because they're straight to StreamYard, and I'm not on a plan that allows for that. But if I was on OBS, and that's something that I'm working on getting the kinks out of, then I'd be able to. But unfortunately, I don't have that at my disposal this morning. Sam says, good morning. It is a good morning for everybody right now. There's still a lot of time left here. Even if these kids threw a bad game in the first game, you can recover from that in the next 6 of them. There's plenty of time to cover some ground and get back in the hunt here. So now you can see with the green screens, we are now in game 2 of competition. Remember, it's 7 total games of qualifying across 14 lanes, with the top 16 advancing to match play, and double elimination format that we will show you live on the other live stream link here in this Quadruple Crown playlist. The other one with the Minnesota Junior Bowlers Tour logo attached to it in the thumbnail. And as we get into the second game of competition, we hope to see the standings from game 1 to see where everybody sits after one game. I didn't catch the total that Joey Acey had on 7 and 8 here, but he was top of the heap, at least for these 8 players. And now we have a new group here for game 2. You can see Chase Svensson on lane 7 there. Man, he can get into that ball and put a ton on it, despite being one of the thumb in traditional players, but he's got a lot of power. Brock Haugland tuning in. Morning, Fef. Morning to you. Thank you for taking a look. There's certainly a lot of bowling today across Minnesota, be it Midwest Senior Classic, and That's What I Do, both going on this morning. So glad to see you tuning into our coverage of the Minnesota Junior Bowlers Tour Youth Holiday Match Games. And Jimmy North saying, let's go Mason Knuth and Nolan Anderson. I know I saw Mason around. And here's Nolan. He's up on lane 7 here. He's got 26 through the first 2 in game 2, but plenty of time to turn that around.
Fix your score sheets down here where everybody else is. And then grab your drink while you're at it. Grab your drink. Wherever you can find space over there. See, don't forget.
So as we switch back over to the lower side here, over on lane 3, and he'll come into the left side of your screen, is Trey Henriksmeyer, the champion of the adult holiday match games from yesterday. Started out with an open on lane 4. He's about to throw a shot on 3. Trey is from Eau Claire, Wisconsin, which is the same community that I live in. Couldn't come to terms with that 3-pin combination, so 18 through 2 in game 2 for him, but again, plenty of time to turn it around, and he had plenty of games yesterday that maybe started a little slower than he'd prefer, and he was certainly able to make the most of them and come out on top. So just snapped a picture of the concourse back here. Once I can get it through to my computer, you can really see just how many people were talking in the out behind the lanes cheering these juniors on.
Most of the high school teams down here, you don't either. Yeah, I saw it. It rolled past it just hit that spot and it just died. You can go for two more lefties.
Maybe not. Well, I'm trying to get that picture up.
She made an adjustment, doing another 60 feet. Oh no. I was like, oh God. All right.
Yeah, this is kind of what we're looking at back here. So you can tell lots of support for these juniors, and yeah. So one of the things that I took away from the adult event yesterday was that it's kind of tough to relay exactly where everybody is in terms of the bracket and what it looks like. So I'm going to share my screen here. This is the bracket from the adult event. So you can kind of see at least what it looks like. The writing is kind of small, but the winners side of it is to the right, and then the losers bracket to the left. So again, this is from the adult tournament yesterday, but at least it gives you a sense of what it appears like. And if you advance through the winners side, you basically have to win 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 matches. So if you keep winning, 5 matches equals a championship. And it is double elimination, so one loss doesn't mean the end. It's just puts you into that loser's bracket and makes every game an elimination game.
Yeah. I know.
So we keep talking about the Minnesota Junior Bowlers Tour, which is what this event is affiliated with. And let's see if I can give you kind of the Cliff's Notes version of it. Minnesota Junior Bowlers Tour basically allows these athletes to travel across the state, sometimes beyond. Here's their schedule for this season. You can see the youth holiday match games basically halfway through the season, almost halfway through the season anyway. And they do monthly tournaments. Most of them have separate divisions for boys and girls. And after this, they'll be at Island Extreme Bowl, the bowling center at Treasure Island Casino in Welch, Minnesota, outside of Red Wing. From there, they'll be at Super Bowl in Ramsey, Minnesota in February, Classic Bowl in Coon Rapids, Minnesota in March, River City Extreme in Monticello in April, and then we have our second border battle on May 18th and 19th, which has since been set for Wagner's Lanes in Eau Claire for the second year in a row. That's Eau Claire, Wisconsin. And finishing up with the year-end event on June 8th and 9th in Alexandria, Minnesota. And a tremendous youth tour, one of the better ones in the country. And tournament director Darren Hansen has all the info for parents out there who are interested in having their kids give it a try, challenge themselves. If you're from Minnesota or a surrounding state, this is the way to do it. Get out there at one of these MJBT events, give it a shot, see if you've got what it takes to compete with really some of the best juniors in the area. And see, like Blake says, do it in all caps. It was certainly a worthwhile experience for me, although I did it years and years ago. Didn't really do much in it, but it's fun to challenge yourself on a challenging pattern with tremendous competition. And even guys like Matt McNeil have said on the show here on the Bowling with the Fef channel that it really helped set him up for the success that he'd have later on in his career as an adult. And if you follow the Open Championships, I mean, Matt McNeil is a name that you've seen over and over and over again. So we're about halfway through game 2 of competition here at the Youth Holiday Match Games. Tournament staff are tabulating the scores from game 1, and I would anticipate that they'll release the standings pretty soon. Once that goes online, we'll relay that information to you.
Oh, I didn't know.
There's Nolan with a nice break on that 4.57 and his 10th frame. As we're getting to the end of game 2 here. This particular group is a group of 7, so they'll likely finish a little sooner than some of the others because they have 8 players on each of them. One of the players in this group that you might recognize from yesterday's competition is Lucas Hersrud, who is another player who made match play yesterday. He'll be coming up in his 10th frame in just a bit. I believe he's the only one on this pair that doesn't have his name on the back of his shirt. He's wearing a long sleeve blue shirt. Right there, he just came into frame. And he'll be finishing things up on lane 7 with a possible 235 if he can punch out. This group will move on to lanes 13 and 14 for game 3 of their qualifying. All right, and we've got some scores coming up here on the Med City Holiday Weekend Facebook page. We'll toss them up there so you can get a sense of who's leading this thing and what they're at right now. J.R. Stubbs with a big 257 to open things is the tournament leader right now at plus 57. He is followed by Tyler Rittenauer at plus 25. Peyton Rowley at plus 24, just a pin behind him. Peyton was one of the players who also bowled yesterday. Soren Weatherstone at plus 18, and Joey Acey rounding out the top 5 at 17 over. Right now, the cut line is at -8, and we've got 2 players, Katie Bialke and Zach Howe, tied at -8 right now for that 16th spot. But remember, they are guaranteeing 4 girls to enter into the match play. So that kind of throws a wrinkle into things as far as who is the cut and who is not. But as far as the top 5 are concerned, you've got J.R. Stubbs, Tyler Rittenauer, Peyton Rowley, Soren Weatherstone, and Joey Acey, who we saw in game 1 on our live stream pair. And again, you can find these scores and updates on this Facebook page, the Med City Holiday Weekend. Just scroll down, it's the most recent post. And you can see the whole tournament field, and along with results from yesterday. So
Are you plus?
moral of the story is there's
Keep going. Are you on the ditch?
lots of opportunity for even those who didn't have the greatest first game to jump back into this thing.
Can't hear you. I don't know. Sorry.
Oh, no. I thought you were trying to get my attention.
What's up? What? Thank you, Mike.
You guys are finishing up this game. You guys want to make sure everybody's done with this game until you guys scramble again.
And again, these are the leaders so far after one game of qualifying here. Again, the wrinkle in this is that there are 4 match play spots for the top 4 girls, and 4 additional girls are guaranteed to cash. So that can determine some slight differences in who ends up in the top 16 and who doesn't.
I don't know. There's some guys playing in, but what's good? What do you consider good on it? I want to see the I would say it has to go up to 100 right now. So that's it's also because you keep going to strike. So start a little like 3 strikes. I feel pretty happy. In the good ball reaction, you're not going to in the middle of the lane. So you think I have to? Like, what did I throw? Because I don't know how many sanded that is especially aggressive. What's your weakness? One shot. If it doesn't work, straight up through. One shot. Yeah, nothing.
You can see off to the left, that's Brooke Salzman finishing up her game 2 on lanes 3 and 4. It's got 150 through 8, strike up in the 9th, and just left herself a 310 baby split that she'll be firing at in a moment here. And takes just the 3 to finish at 178. A lot of the competitors are moving on to their next pair for game 3. Game 3 has started for some of them down on the high end. We'll see Joseph Evanson finish off his fill ball here with some count. He'll be in the high 190s. And 192 finish out game 2 for him. I'll switch the camera back to our other view here this morning. As everybody gets set to start up game 3 here.
Slow your ball down, your ball's gonna be there, and then it's gonna speed back up. No, it's gonna go boom. So that's why you need to aim it. Shot that you thought was here. Is that it slows out, not die. There's a difference. Okay, that's fair enough. I'm trying to throw my reality in the beginning, and in practice, great. Great. Back in the I got her playing right now. Michael's out there. He's not consistent. He doesn't want to. He doesn't feel comfortable. Which is stupid because he that's all he uses. Why you're not yeah, all of a sudden he wants to look at it. I like to play Ethan better. I heard you. I couldn't pick up the score of that last year. He did terrible with scores. Okay, he got $30. Michael was a little worse. He was 174 and I was 37. Let's be clear on what's happening. Two doubles.
So with a couple games in the books, the lanes have changed a little bit here and there, but this is the pattern that they started out on. A modified version of the 23 ITC women's team at Addison pattern. Again, taking into account the lane machine that they're using here at Colonial Lanes in Rochester. A couple modifications to this, but that's the general idea. As we get set to start up game 3 of our 7-game qualifying round.
It'll probably happen on Monday now, and it's never happened up till now. Are you paying attention? Are you gonna go too? No? Girls are better goals than boys.
Kylie Kirchner starting out on 7. And Michael Evanson Jr. on lane 8.
Yeah, we can get full college.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm even do a bachelor and strike out. Right. Save me some money. I'll coach you. You want to play? Yeah, well.
Why would?
Be here.
So as we look down at the first few pairs here on lanes 5 and 6, included in that group is Soren Weatherstone, who
bonus wing orders already. Few bonus wing orders already.
is currently in 4th, or at least after one game was in 4th.
2 chicken tenders and a Pioneer burger. Your food's ready. Your counter.
Can see him getting ready to get up there for his second frame on lane 5.
But it's fine. You got the 5 rounds. So that's where they're clear.
Two chicken tender baskets and a Pioneer. You were on lane 11 originally.
Soren has finished, like started in first place, and she ended up in nowhere near the
I want to thank everybody who is checking out the youth holiday match games here at Colonial Lanes in Rochester, Minnesota, live on our channel. Really appreciate it. Don't forget, you've got a live chat right at your fingertips, right under the video window. Be sure and chime in. Let us know where you're watching from, who you're supporting. These athletes would sure appreciate a little shout out. As we work our way through the early phases of Game 3 in our 7-game qualifying round. Trey Henriksmeyer over there on lane 9. He's gone spare strike spare to start out his game 3. Opened up with a 203. Looked like he was having a little tougher time of it on 3 and 4 in game 2. So certainly a great turnout for this event in general, but you can see a lot of these kids mingled in, intermixed with Colonial Lanes on their jerseys. So great to see the kids from this area, Rochester and the surrounding communities, turning out for their local Minnesota Junior Bowlers Tour event. Kaylee Kirchner getting a nice break on lane 8. That's 3 in a row for her. She started out with a spare in the first, then ran the next 3. So see if we can get a little taste of some higher scores on this pair. Again, 7 and 8 proved to be a really tough pair throughout the day yesterday. And we haven't seen much in the way of high scores here yet, but plenty of bowling yet to come. See off to the right, Dawson Unrath, who is among the points leaders in the MJBT on the boys' side for this season. Had a slow start in this, but again, hoping to claw his way back into the cut.
I missed the slap off. I got too excited. I saw the messenger coming from the corner. I was like, yes.
I think Blake owes me like 300 push-ups while the slap off.
You can see Peyton Rowley off to the left there. She was one of the top 5 after one. Opening up with a nice 224 start.
I just gotta take my time and let the ball do its thing.
Not mine.
And hopefully, before too much longer, we'll see some standings after game 2. Tournament staff working on getting those to the Med City Holiday Weekend Facebook page. You can see them there, and then once they pop up there, I'll share them to the screen here so we can find out who's trending toward the match play cut. And Zoe Skinner taking care of a spare on lane 8. She's one of the leaders in points on the girls' side for this season in the Minnesota Junior Bowlers Tour. Nice break for Peyton Pierce. Kaylee Kirchner, who you see up on lane 7 on the left, has a nice game going right now, 117 through 5. Strike up in the 6th and make that a double. So looking at perhaps one of the higher scores we've seen on the pair today. You can see in the purple down at the bottom of your screen, Jason Moberg working on 3 in a row. He's another one who's had a nice look on this pair in game 3. And hits 4 in a row. So we've got the possibility of a couple nice games here. Okay. And the tournament staff has just posted the leaderboard after 2, so we'll put that up on the screen and you can see JR Stubbs. Oh, no, I'm sorry, this is after 1. Oh, it was headlined after 2 games, but it's only got 1 game of results.
I went to 2:30 going to the 10th.
Oh no!
3:10. It was.
You've got to finish that coffee.
Hey, Connor.
Yeah. All right. So just spoke with tournament director Al Houston.
Smokehouse burgers ready.
And
Mississippi melt and chicken tender baskets ready. Oh, that's which window, please.
he's got. Be careful about this cord. Thanks. So talked with Al, tournament director. He's gonna repost those results. Hopefully, include the first two games, and it looks like he already has. So zoom in and let you know who's on top after two. Right now, Tyler Rittenauer, after going 215 in his second game, is up to plus 40, leading the pack here. Zach Andreessen has gone 209, 224, and is in the second spot at plus 33. Drake Waite with a 213 in game two ended up plus 17, along with J.R. Stubbs. And Kira Magzum at -1 rounds out the top five. Peyton Rowley, Joseph Evanson, Jack Boynton, Cody Huneker, and Addison Johnson rounding out the top 10. Again, the top 16 go to match play, but the wrinkle is that there are 4 guaranteed spots for girls. So certainly the top 12 on this list are in the cut. Headed down to Sam Katzenberger at -26. And then depending on how it shakes out with girls versus boys in and above the cut line will determine who is moving on to match play.
Lane 15, your spicy onion burgers ready. Fries. Kitchen window. Number 5, the chicken tender basket and fries is ready. Lane 5, chicken kitchen window.
Well, I heard you guys.
Last night our plan was
So Kylie Kirchner's up in her 10th frame of game 3. She's going to be plus, that's for sure, but with a split in the 9th, hoping to get into the 2 teens. Ooh, and just missed that 10-pin. She'll end up with 202. Still a great score for this difficult pair. And with a cut line in the negative, those 200 plus games are very valuable right now. Hard to come by. We'll have at least a couple of them on this fair, though. A nice shot by Zoe Skinner right up the gutter.
I walked away plus, so he's there. 40 down.
Oh.
That's also a 40-pin drop.
No, it's not going to get better.
Zoe goes off the sheet, ends up with 176.
You didn't see me holding the dog? Yeah, this is the whole time right now. Yeah, they brought it.
Speed, 175. 175. What did you have that game? I saw you striking. I let you know what you're doing. It's turkey that day. Double.
Yeah. Oh, you usually think I'm gonna have time.
So Jason Moberg finished that game with a nice 270, which is easily the highest score we've seen on 7 and 8 so far today. I don't think we had anybody shoot 270 yesterday either, so it's quite a game, and you'll see him moving up the standings as a result. Zach Andreessen with a nice messenger to carry out the 10. And with a strike here on the fill ball, he'll be at 194. And that went a little high. Looked kind of like he was throwing a backup ball from this vantage point. So we're about to get a new group here on 7 and 8 as the competitors make the move to their next pair.
I didn't go there get all kinds of cocktails. Go.
Hey, way to get pins, buddy.
So as we finish up the second game here, or the third game, excuse me, I'm going to try and bring in tournament director Darren Hansen. I know he's trying to connect there. Darren, can you hear me? Darren, let me know if you can hear me. I've got your mic open, but I'm not sure if if you're trying to talk and it's on my end, or if it's just really loud in here. That could be part of it. Okay. So you can hear me. I cannot hear you at the moment. And I'm not sure why that is. But I'm going to keep trying here. I have kind of a cord extension here on my earbuds. Let's see if that works. Can you hear me, Darren? So it says you're backstage. How about this? How's that? Try talking.
Now we're probably good.
There we go. Now we're cooking with gas. How you doing, sir?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Like I said, it is kind of loud here, so I'm gonna try and make out what you're saying. But welcome to the live stream. I'm gonna try and get some of this stuff out of the picture. So also removed. Let's try it that way. There we go.
Hey.
What do you think so far?
Scores look like what I expected.
Yeah.
Up and down. It's definitely pair to pair at Colonial. But I see the turnout is great, which is awesome.
For sure.
And it's good to see a lot of my MJBT kids up there. You know, not that I'm biased or anything.
Yeah. No, they turned out in droves. And like I said, I don't think we have quite 80, but we're awfully close.
I think I saw 75 was the number. So
okay,
that's great.
Yeah, and that's a great number. And as these folks are just finishing up their third game, tell us about kind of the history of having the MJBT here in Rochester. Why is that so important for this tour to continue to have a stop here?
Well, I mean, when I first took over, farther north, and then as high school has expanded, and Al was running the adult match game tournament. You know, the first weekend in December is the end of the high school season. Last weekend is the college combine that a lot of these kids go and bowl that Terry and the USBA puts on. So the only weekend left was this weekend. And I didn't want to conflict with what Al was trying to come up with. So this is his event. The MJBT uses it as our December event. So all our MJBT members earn points just like they would if they were bowling an MJBT. And obviously, with almost 80 kids, it seems to be a good plan.
Yeah. The one thing that strikes me, pardon the pun, is the format. It's certainly different than most MJBT events, as you don't have a separate girls and boys division. Is this unique for the course of the tour year in MJBT?
Oh, 100%. I mean, MJBT, we just have separate boys and girls divisions, nothing by age or average. Whether that's good or bad can be up for discussion, but I think when I look back to when I bowled in youth, and that's the way it was. If you went and bowled as a 14-year-old, you were competing against 18 and 19-year-olds. So you figured out how to get better if you wanted to get better. I know there are some kids that use the MJBTs to see their friends every month, which is totally fine. One thing that these kids will learn as they get older is that the bowling group is a big family. They will always be there for each other. You'll make lifelong friends, as I can attest to. So, and it's kind of weird when, I have these friends of mine that have their kids bowling. I feel like, usually I still feel like I'm in my 20s, even though I'm in my 50s now. So,
yeah. No, it's great. We're talking with tournament director Darren Hansen, and watching here on 7 and 8, Peyton Rowley, who has been near the top of the standings through the early part of the qualifying today. She is also one of a few who bowled yesterday in the adult holiday match games, along with Zach Andreessen. Lucas Hersrud was there, Brooke Salzman, the eventual champion Trey Henriksmeyer. That's got to be cool for you to see your MJBT athletes really making a splash at some higher competitive events like the adult match games.
Oh, I mean, absolutely. Each one of I call them my kids because I see them once a month, and I try and make them better, and I try and help them as much as I can, being a tournament director. If there's a few kids that'll actually come and talk to me now about lane play or what's going on, and even if they say, well, I'm not striking right now, I'm like, well, are you making your spares?
Yeah.
Well, no, not really. I'm like, well, let's work on that. So let's make them spares and see what happens. So it's kind of been I want to say kind of a tradition for the MJBT. We had, it started in 1994, and the likes of the Matt McNeils and Eric and Amanda Vermilliers, and now Nick and Lauren Pate, they've all come up through the MJBT. So there's a long line of great athletes that have come from the MJBT, and there's, now we have the Brooke Salzmans and the Zach Andreessens and the Lucas Hersruds. So looks like that tradition is going to be going on for a while.
Yeah. And looks like you might have frozen up a little bit, but that's certainly a testament to you and all you and your staff do to make these tournaments great. I don't want to get ahead of myself here, but I would be remiss if I didn't at least mention the border battle coming up again, the second one in Eau Claire at Wagner's Lanes. Tell me about that event, because I know at the end of the first one, it was kind of up in the air where you were going to be. There was talk of some of these in Minnesota, some of them in Wisconsin. How did you settle on Eau Claire again, and what do you see for the future of that event?
Most of the WYBT events happen in eastern Wisconsin, so a lot of those athletes are from that part of the state, as well as like that northwestern Illinois-ish area. So we just settled on Wagner's because it was an easy drive for everybody. We thought the event last year went great. The parents enjoyed it because it was gorgeous weather and we all sat outside, and the kids enjoyed the volleyball. So it just makes it's kind of in the middle. So Zach and I have been talking a little bit on ways that we can improve, whether it be the format of the border battle itself. I think we're gonna settle on an age, because I believe the WIBT age is a little bit higher than what the MJBT is.
Yep.
So there was a little bit of age discrepancy, but the kids had fun, and like my son, he made some friends while he was there. And when we were at Junior Gold this year, when Trey and his group of friends, Blake was brought into that group and allowed to hang out and cheer, and so it was it was a fun weekend, and
Yeah, it really was, and congratulations to both you and Zach on making that the event that it was for both the, primarily the competitors, but also for those of us who got to, who got a front row seat to sit back and watch, because it was certainly impressive on both sides. These kids are tremendously talented, and they should be proud of, what they've done in that event. Now, the kids who are out here are, of course, working toward a tournament title here, but I also brought up kind of the point standings. How do these kids earn points? And as they kind of look toward the year-end event in Alexandria, what do those points mean?
Basically, it's like a player of the year point system. It's X amount of points for finishing first, and then X amount of points for cashing, and X amounts of points for actually competing in the event. So those are all, and so everything is awarded the same outside of the winner of the event doesn't earn an MJBT title, but they will earn their points as if they did win one. So and it's all I think my last update was through the October event, and then I'll be updating our standings again, our point standings after this event, after I get everything from Al and his staff.
Sure.
So so it'll be the all-star teams from last year, and then top 3 in points this year, and then some tournament director picks, I should say. So
sure. Yeah. No, and it's a valued thing. I know, there's constant talk around our area about where the athletes sit in regard to player of the year on the Minnesota side and on the Wisconsin side with the 2 tours there. So I know that's something that's really important to everybody who's competing here, along with, I'm sure, their supporters and parents, I'm sure. So after this event, we move on to 2024, and I had the schedule up a second ago, and that next event at Island Extreme Bowl outside of Red Wing, Minnesota, Treasure Island Casino. That's kind of a neat thing. I mean, that's not a stop that we had when I was in it, and of course, for me, it was long ago. I don't even know if that center was built when I was bowling in MJBT, but
it must have when I was.
Yeah. Tell me about that particular event. What can we look forward to there?
They've been great hosts for us. They were always trying to come up with ways to either add prize money or a trophy that they were going to do. They just tried to do whatever they can to make sure we continue to come back. One year they donated all the lineage fees back. After COVID, I even if a proprietor asked to do that, I wouldn't allow them, just because I knew revenues were down. But it was a center that I had success in as an adult, and I just thought it was a fun little center. And then it was a place that the parents could go and have a good time the night before. These kids don't get it, and I guess I didn't even understand it when I was a kid. But making sure that the parents are available to drive these kids in the middle of winter. Sometimes, well, this winter is a little bit strange, but it can be tough and it can be grueling just as much as bowling is. It's driving through a snowstorm isn't the greatest for parents. So if they can get a chance to relax the night before and have cocktails, listen to music, do some gambling, make some money, whatever they be, it's I try and look at the other side as well once in a while. So that's why it's kind of in the middle of the schedule. A lot of local centers are not as willing to give away lanes in the peak of open bowling season on the weekend. So yeah, it's been there in January, and it's been there ever since I took over. So
Cool. So let's speak to the parents and the bowlers out there who are on the fence. They're doing well in league. They want to take their game to the next level. They want to seek out those higher competitive environments, but they've never bowled MJBT before. What should they know about getting started in MJBT and the benefits that come from participating in these tournaments and being a member?
I think the MJBT is great for a couple of reasons. We always bowl on a sportish pattern. It's not always 2-1, but it's not ever 10-1 on a ratio of a lane pattern. It's a longer format, so you get to see more transition. And I think that's probably one of the biggest advantages of the MJBT. You might start playing a pattern out on the gutter, and when you're done at the end of the day, you're inside a fourth arrow. And I think if you really want to get better, seeing what you're up against and what they do to make themselves so great is how you learn to become better. Just going to your local center and practicing after school and throwing strikes for an hour, you're not getting any better. Sometimes you might be getting worse. You might be developing a bad habit. So, and as I talked about making spares, Dylan chops the 369 there, and Drake hooks by the 4-7.
Yeah,
I'll make sure to talk to them in January. But it's you don't get better by not competing against the best.
Yep.
There's golfers don't just stay and win at their local course championship every year. If they want to get better, they go and compete against people that are better than them.
Yeah.
But the kids got to have the drive too. So, some kids, I know Brooke is, I think, just talented, and her practice schedule, at least in junior leagues, was, very little, but I think she's kind of unique. I know there's a lot of other kids that practice all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So I just think it's I think the longer format, the bowling stamina, and I know there's a lot of kids that come for the first time, don't think it's that big of a deal bowling 9 games, but it's not easy. You're carrying a 15-pound ball for the better part of 4.5, 5 hours. So,
right.
So yeah, that's what I think.
Okay. And when you talk about getting better and improving themselves, obviously these kids want to get to the point where they are like Zach Andreessen, like Drake Waite, like Brooke Salzman and Zoe Skinner. Do you see I guess a distinct difference between those folks and everybody else, besides the end result, of course? And if so, what is it? Is it physical game? Is it mental game? Is it focus? Is it all three?
It's probably all three. Number one is mental game. You have to be patient. You have to, and that's in the grand scheme, that's kind of where Zach is. He's got all the physical tools, but if he's struggling to make 190, he's okay with that, because he knows other kids are struggling to make 150, and at some point Zach is going to go 250 normally. Number one is mental. Number two is physical. You have to be able to repeat and make the same shot. You can't get a read on ball reaction if you're throwing it different every time. And I know the only way you develop that is by doing certain drills or seeking out a coach that knows what they're talking about. That's mental game is the first. Everybody's got the latest equipment and stuff like that, but when it comes to physical, like last game, I think I saw Zach on the fill ball throw a backup. I do know that if he sees the left side of the lane have a decent look, he has the ability to throw a backup. That's something he's practiced. He probably followed in Anthony Simonson's shoes. Anthony was one of the first ones to really try that. So, and I think he almost won a tour title doing it. So that's something that he practices. And, I even though the game has changed from when you and I bowled, definitely from when I bowled juniors, but a lot of the practice, I would take a ball and try and strike from every arrow.
Yep.
And everybody was like, Darren, you're left-handed. I'm like, so? If there's a look at fourth arrow, I'm going to be the only one that can do it. Because I've practiced it. And I've actually practiced playing deeper and deeper on the lane more, because when I bowl with the Mafia at Nationals, the Lefty Mafia, in singles and doubles, we get that deep. So I know a lot of times there's a lot of people watching us just because they never see a left-hander get past second arrow. So
yeah, and that's good to know too, the whole aspect of the OC, which we can all kind of relate to and we all want to be at. And like you said, it's great for kids to be able to play different parts of the lane and succeed, even if it's not their A game. I'm going to flip the camera here just so I'm not like the Wizard of Oz the whole time. You can actually see me for a second here, but if people want to contact you to get involved, to get participating in these MJBT events, how do they do it?
Email is mjbtdirector@gmail.com. And then my cell phone and everything is posted on our website, mjbt.org. So, and our Facebook page. So,
great. Well, like I said, congratulations on a great event here today. I know you wanted to be here, feeling a little under the weather, so we hope you're feeling better and getting back to it soon, because I'm sure the athletes miss you, and they'll look forward to seeing you next month. But thank you so much for taking the time. We appreciate
absolutely.
it.
Thanks for having me, Fef.
You betcha. You betcha. We'll spin this thing around and get back to the action here, because that's what everybody's here to see, right? It's the action, not us. But
right.
Yeah, take care, Darren. We'll talk soon.
All right, have a good one.
You too. Tournament director Darren Hansen. Always a terrific interview, and just has that passion for the sport of bowling, the youth bowlers. It's really great to see that certainly has not gone away as tournament directors have changed over the years. Chris Gamick was in charge of this organization when I was in it. He had that same passion. And Darren certainly carries that on, and it's a great benefit to the youth athletes who are participating here today, and the ones to come in the future. So we are now in Game 4, and I'll flip over to the other camera here so you can kind of get a sense of who's participating on the left here. Olivia Baskin over on lane 5, trying to get a double out of that slid past the head pin. She'll take aim at a washout there. And let's see who else is over here. Got Joe Woods Wiseman on that same pair. You can just see him on the lower left there, or the lower right, I should say. Camden McEwen about to take aim in his fourth frame on lane 4. happen to find the stats for the first 3 games of qualifying. You can see over on the left on lane 4, that's Elizabeth Rittenauer, who is one of the athletes who was part of the border battle at Wagner's this past year. So on our pair here, 7 and 8, you saw Drake Wade off to the right. Leaving that split, it's kind of a characteristic here where you miss by a little and just really leave a lot of splits doing that, and it makes it a difficult house, but that challenge is what makes events like this great. Cody Huniker on the right there. And he'll have a washout to deal with. He's certainly in the cut after a couple games of qualifying here. He's off to a nice start this game with 125 through 6. Sure use a conversion here, but we've seen that making the washout has been difficult this weekend. And he gets 2 out of it, so he'll have 134 after 7.
I see your chicken tender baskets ready. Travis, your chicken tender baskets ready.
Nice shot there from Peyton Rowley, who has 122 through 7 and now a strike up in the 8th.
Gloria, your order is ready. Gloria, your order is ready at kitchen window.
The one on the right lane. Yeah. Should I move left or right? Because there's cold outside. So there's cold outside. So I don't know if you want me to move back out.
You like the ball motion where you're right? You get a switch, you drop down right away. They give you the standings.
Sure. On both or just that one? Or
Okay, thank you.
I see you counting on both. I'd probably move on both.
should I move two?
The group on 7 and 8 is a group of 7, so they're finishing up things a little bit faster than most.
But if you get it through it, then you know the back end would take would be good. You guys have got to get through that speed. You'll find Mid-City Holiday.
Again, and Darren mentioned it, just a great turnout for this event. I would imagine it's a little more challenging to get some of the folks from maybe the metro area to drive to the farther locations that were farther away. But they have shown up here in droves. And it says a lot for the spirit of bowling, the spirit of competition among the juniors here in Minnesota and places like Wisconsin, Iowa. It's good to see.
Should I say move the two left to the right lane after that, or? I can move up. Oh, I thought you were saying if I did move left, then I can move out.
All right, and it looks like they have just released the standings after 3, so I'll zoom in on my screen here and pull that up so everybody can take a look. And we've got a new tournament leader, Zach Andreessen. I'm pretty sure he Well, he might have been the leader before, but regardless, he's the leader after 3. Plus 25. Steady Eddie so far with 2-0, 220, and 190. Drake Waite, who is on our live stream pair right now at plus 24, just a stick out of the lead. Brooke Salzman at minus 16 in third spot. Tyler Rittenauer minus 17. And Cody Huniker, who is on this pair as well at minus 21. They're the top 5. From there, you've got J.R. Stubbs, Lucas Hersrud, Chase Swenson, Kira Magzum, and Dylan McCauley as your top 10 after 3 games. '16th place right now at minus 60. And again, the wrinkle is that you've got 4 girls guaranteed spots in the match play. So that could factor into exactly how many boys end up moving on to this afternoon's competition as well. But right in the neighborhood of minus 60 is where we're looking at right now, with plus 25 leading the pack. And again, you can see these results basically as quickly as I do by going to this Facebook page, the Med City Holiday Weekend. And the mastermind of this page, Al Houston, joining me in the
I'm
booth
a
right
little
now.
busier today. I don't have my full staff here today. Brady Gustin was supposed to help me, but apparently he could not make it.
Okay. Well, you're doing a fantastic job so far. So
yeah, just getting the scores up as fast as we can. We're printing about every 2 games, but after every game we're posting our updates. So
okay. Yeah.
Did you get the game 3 up here yet?
Yep. I just had it up.
I haven't even really got to look at them that much. You know, I just.
In fact, I'll pull it up again for you.
I got Zach leading.
I get the feeling that that Zach leads a lot of events.
He does
a lot of the time.
He does.
No, he's bowling well, and it seems that the scores are really representative of this pattern, this house, the combination of the two. It's really starting to look a lot like yesterday, where a 200-plus game is really big.
Yeah, oh, definitely. I mean, shoot 190s, Like, really, you think about a 200. Today, a 180 is a 200, right?
Yep.
It's kind of the concept. You got to put it in your brain. Like, 180 is not a bad game. If you can just keep it around the pocket and pick your spares up and pick your makeables up, you're going to have a chance,
Sure. I had Darren Hansen up for a little bit here. He was discussing MJBT and the tournament and all that good stuff.
Yeah, I wish he was here.
Yeah.
That reminds me. I gotta go print his flyers here in a little bit. I promised him I would.
Okay.
He's got a holiday tournament he's running. I think it's New Year's Day. I'll grab you a flyer when I go print some off so you can talk about it.
Cool.
Yeah.
He was, talking about the importance of spare shooting, and he pointed out a couple misses that were happening in real time, and I'm going to talk to them in January. So, but it's true. I mean, that's the difference, is everybody has the potential to string strikes when they get hot, but who's going to make the spares?
Yep.
Yeah.
But your order is ready.
Yep, and there's just constant transition all game. You got 7-8 people on a pair, so it's hard to keep up with them.
Yeah, but they've been moving right along. Again, machines have been working really well.
Yep. Which
is a credit to the host center here and the folks helping to run this thing. It's been an interesting day. You've got yesterday's champion, Trey Hendricksmeyer, kind of in the cut, but certainly not running away with it.
Yeah.
he was in 14th the last we saw, and with the fact that you've got, you need to hold some spots potentially for some of the female athletes, that might not be enough.
No, I mean, guarantee 4 girls, but if 5 make it naturally, 5 make it,
Yep.
Yeah, it's a little bit about the format. Once we make it, with top 16 make it, but top 4 girls make it. We do pay 8 girls, and we do pay 2 bonus U15 cashers that don't make the cut. There's also a big qualifying bonus today for the boys and the girls. So if you are the leading boy or the leading girl today, it's a $400 scholarship. And then second, it's a $200 scholarship. So there's 2 qualifying bonuses for them as well. So there's you want to lead the tournament too,
Sure. I was talking about, not only the great turnout, and Darren mentioned that. He said about 75 entries, which is fantastic. But let's face it, a lot of these kids are from the Twin Cities Metro.
Yep.
It's easier to go to a place like Cedarvale, like Concord, like Saxon, instead of getting in the car, driving an hour plus, but to see the great turnout at a center that isn't in the Metro. That's got to make you feel good about this organization.
That's kind of part of the way I am, is because being the Rochester kid, man, I had to go travel everywhere to go bowl anything. There wasn't too much local stuff, and if there was, it wasn't like this per se, or it wasn't like a big event. Every house has their small tournament here and there.
Sure.
So that was important to me to make sure the kids in this area get opportunities too. That's one of the things I push. I kind of wish I got those opportunities growing up. So that's kind of why I do it. It's like I want to see them get the opportunities and gel into these crowds a little faster. It can be intimidating bowling your first couple MJBTs because you're traveling. You might not know a lot of the kids, and once you get adapted into it, I feel like that's when a lot of the kids start succeeding or scoring more.
Sure.
Yep.
Yeah.
And part of it is just it takes a little while. You're going to get your butt kicked a few times, but you just got to go get it kicked,
Yep.
The sooner you get it kicked and the sooner you get out and do things like this, the sooner you're going to have success in them.
Right. And it's always a learning experience. Whether you end up winning the big prize, you're just short, you're way short. You get that experience, it builds up, you become a better bowler, and it shows eventually.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
The good thing is, even if you're not figuring out, there's a lot of good coaches out there that once you do get that little bit of experience, it'll kind of help you along the way.
Yeah. No, it's cool to see all the support from all the parents back here.
Yeah.
This place is really crowded. I showed a picture earlier, and you can see the athletes coming up to the counter here, talking strategy with mom and dad and figuring out the best way to attack these lanes. So,
they're all way smarter than me.
But the parents are invested, and
absolutely.
that's great because the kids depend on it. Yeah. So,
there's a lot of kids here that have had success in youth tournaments and have gotten the opportunity to build out a lot of money in their scholarship account. So that's awesome.
Yeah.
$20,000, $30,000, $40,000 kids are making, in youth tournaments.
Yep.
Or youth seasons, you know what I mean?
Right. And it goes a long way.
Yep.
But I'm taking Chase home. He's not feeling well. I think Terry told you, I think.
I didn't.
I give him-
Terry.
yeah.
Oh, that Chase. Sorry, I thought you were talking about a different Chase.
No, Chase got John.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, no, he started after the first game. He's just got chills. He's just not.
Yeah, man, this is going around right now.
Yeah, it sucks. He was really looking forward to this, so I'm bummed out. That's
Okay,
right.
we'll
He just
do
wants
next
to
time.
sleep right now.
Yeah. We'll travel safe, guys.
Will do. Thanks, Al.
Got that bug going around right now.
Yeah. And it happens. December, we start shutting all the windows and doors, and yeah, it happens. So, as we get into the 12 o'clock hour here, I want to explain to you how important this is for me to to do this stuff, because you need to understand the Packers are on TV right now.
Oh, I don't feel bad at all
And
about that.
I'm not in front of the TV on my couch getting my heart broken.
No, you trade this for anything.
That's right.
It's a great couple days of tournaments. You got, like I said, the best of adult, best of youth bowlers. It's the best of both worlds, really.
It really is, yeah.
You get to see some of the youth bowlers bowl both days, but there's still a lot of good youth bowlers here that didn't bowl yesterday,
Yeah, and the standings bear that out. You've got
got,
plenty of guys who
String of 4 strikes here on lane 6, it looks like.
Oh, yeah. You've got plenty who weren't in it yesterday.
Oh.
Granted, Zach and Brooke were, but, Drake, Tyler Rittenauer, Cody Huneker.
Yep, Drake's a really good player, and he's only a sophomore.
Okay.
He bowls up at the Robbie Lawrence Sunray Youth Program.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Sunray is one of my favorite venues to go to. It's one of the bigger league clientels in the metro area. That's only 24 lanes.
Mm-hmm.
Joe's got the 4 in a row. That's no surprise.
Yep.
He just signed to
tap.
William Penn the other day.
Okay. Good for him. Tap out that 10 for number 5. I had mentioned that he had a nice run at the Midwest Youth Championships in Alexandria. I believe he was runner-up in the
Oh
Open
yeah,
division.
he's had some good showings recently.
Yeah.
He's got an MJBT win that I know of.
Okay.
One of them at least. He beat Brandon Cryer, and it was at Park Grove.
Okay.
Yep.
And yeah, to beat Brandon is something.
No.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, one of my Rochester youth, I ran the youth program out of here for a couple of years, and I'm in Owatonna now, but I still got a lot of friends from the area, and one of my good family friends is the Honeckers, and White's here bowling on 5 and 6. He's a good player. He's still looking at colleges. He hasn't committed to anyone yet, but really good player. He was actually last year's high youth USBC average.
Oh, wow.
242 or something like that.
Holy.
It was at Velocity, but he bowls league in both houses.
Okay. Yeah, we saw him in game 1. He's got a powerful game. He really does.
You can do a lot of things with the ball. You got a little softer, through the years, but you got to be able to control your ball speed these days on the multiple patterns you bowl on.
Right. Yeah. So. Yeah.
Orders for Rich and Jason. The orders are ready in the kitchen window. Rich and Jason.
So once we get into the match play, if you tuned into the stream yesterday, you kind of get a feel for what we're looking at. It's a big bracket, and it's a 2-sided bracket, winner's bracket and a loser's bracket. So with the double elimination format, you can lose one and still win the whole thing.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah. It's just that once you lose one, every match is an elimination match.
No more room for error, right?
That's right. And
hopefully we got a higher scoring finals than we did yesterday, but I bet you it ain't going to be that far off.
Sure. Yeah. But in that 1-game format, it puts a lot of pressure on you to make good shots right out of the gate. A lot of times you're making a guess because you're going pair to pair.
Yeah.
And it's tough. It's tough. The winner really earns it. We saw Trey win that thing over Darren last night, and it only took 151 to do it. But
okay, well, we got 230 here from Joe.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm gonna work my way back and start getting scores in the computer. I'll
All
check
right.
in with you when I can. Okay.
Sounds good. Thank you. And that's Al Houston, who is running things here. Again, even though he's shorthanded, still getting those standings up in a timely fashion, which is awesome to see. And certainly something that the competitors and their parents appreciate, getting to see where everybody stands in quick fashion. So 237 for Joe Woods Wiseman. That's a nice game no matter which pair you're on, but that will certainly help him out, help him climb in the standings. I'm going to switch cameras here, and as these folks are finishing up game 4 on 17 and 18, they are starting on game 5. And you've got Hunter Diepenbrock starting things out on the right. So 3 more games to go in qualifying for most of the competitors. You've got a few finishing up game 4. Again, a big thank you for those of you who are watching live. There are plenty of you. I certainly appreciate that. Let us know in the live chat where you're watching from. Shout out your favorite competitor. Let them know you're pulling for them. I'm sure they would appreciate it. And remember, this live stream, if you miss parts or all, you can always go back and catch it on replay. And thank you to those of you who are doing that as well. It's my pleasure to provide this live stream, and big thanks to Al Houston and the folks who are making this tournament possible for inviting me to come in and provide the live stream. It's been a great experience so far, and can't wait to see the match play here and find out who is going to be our champion this afternoon. After 3 games, Hunter was in 23rd, so he needs to put up some scores, but he could certainly make a run here.
And your order is ready. Dan, your order is ready at the kitchen window.
All right, so we've got some comments here that I want to get through. Johnny Blaze saying, let's go Dylan McCauley, watching from Grand Rapids, and thank you for tuning in. Let me see if I can find where Dylan, yeah, Dylan is well within the cut after 3 games. He's at minus 50, which may not sound great, but on this shot in this house, it is. 50 under would have made the cut in the adult event, too.
Tyler, your order is
Jimmy
ready.
North, watching from Fort Wayne, Indiana, rooting for his nephews
Sam, your order
Mason
is
and
ready as
Nolan. And we saw them earlier on our live stream pairs. Avon Sherman says, good luck, Wyatt Honecker. And he just passed by not too long ago. His 4th game was on 5 and 6 over here. Which means he would end up on 11 and 12 for game 5. And they are just getting started in their 5th game of qualifying. And Mel Anderson imploring Nolan Anderson to keep going. He is watching from home in Savage, Minnesota. Thank you all. Really appreciate it. Whether you're on live or replay, that really is a great thing. Oh, hey, good to see you
Your
too.
order is ready. Keegan, your order is ready at the kitchen window.
That's Brandon Mooney taking off, but good to see him. I hadn't met him in person before. Nice guy. Totally understandable why he's running such a successful program there in Whitewater. Delaney Duncan saying, go Hunter Diepenbrock. Grandma and Grandpa are so proud of you. He's right over here. I'm going to try and make sure he can see that. But yeah, he's a good player. Participated in the adult event yesterday. He says thank you. He's got a big smile on his face. And there's Jen Andreessen. Says, keep it up, Zach Andreessen. And he's in great position right now, leading the pack after 3 games. So it'll be interesting to see how things shape up in these last 3 games as we cut the field down to 16 for match play. We're expecting that to start around 3. It might be or around 2, I should say. It might be a little after that, depending on how these last 3 go. Right now, Zach is down on 15 and 16, which means we should get a peek at him in the 6th game here once he comes down to the lower end. Wow, a nice conversion there.
Andrea, your order is ready.
So, again, the Med City Holiday Weekend Facebook page is where you can find the latest results. That's where I'm pulling them from. Looks just like that. They've also been posting content there from yesterday's adult match games. So plenty to see, and administered by Al Houston, who was talking with us a short time ago. Thanks to him and all of his efforts. And I feel like I can't mention enough how great a job Colonial Lanes has been doing here. Everything's just running really smoothly, and that doesn't always happen. You go to a variety of centers, you have a variety of outcomes, but the tournaments run very smoothly. Machines are working well. They've got an expert mechanic overseeing this whole thing. And it's probably hard to, it's probably hard to see that in the heat of battle here, but from the outside vantage point that I have, it's not lost on me, and it's a great thing for these athletes and even for the folks watching. Mike Duncan imploring Hunter to relax and hit his spot. A lot to be said for that. It's you know, we mentioned the mental game with Darren a little bit because it's such a huge part of it. It's hard to see and think that way just because it's not right in front of you. It's something that you learn over time, and deep down you figure out, but it's such a big part of the sport, especially on a challenging condition like this. The mental grind is what it turns out to be. Who makes the right moves at the right times? Who makes their spares? The modern game is just not about taking one ball, staying at the same spot every time. It's about adjustments. It's about rolling with the punches and certainly making spares. Grandpa MD, Hunter says he's trying. So I'm gonna flip over to the left here and see some of folks who are bowling on 1 through 6. Brooke Salzman is just getting set to throw the ball in her 4th frame. You'll see her come into frame on lane 2. And shook out the left side there for a strike. She has been in the cut for the majority of the day so far. And sat in 3rd place after 3 games. See Lucas Hersrud on lane 5 going through the middle, leaving him a 3.610. Been off to a shaky start on this pair so far, but see what he can do to get it back together. Looks like Trey might be struggling a little bit on 1 and 2. And I can't stress enough, it's so easy to end up with a big split on a shot that doesn't get exactly to the right spot on the lane. But that's why the scores are like they are. So we've mentioned over and over that 7 and 8 has been a tough pair, but in the early going here, I mean, we're 5 frames in. I don't think I see 5 strikes out of this entire group so far. And, you know, it's how it's been. 7 and 8, if you'll remember, is our championship pair from yesterday. And it only took, you know, Trey to shoot 151 to win that title in the championship match. Darren, who had been bowling great all day, I think could barely muster 130, 140. But it just, as the day wears on, these lanes just get tougher and tougher. And there's, you can see it on the faces around. There are a lot of folks that are feeling kind of down by the way their scores are looking. But it's the kind of tournament that you can turn things around with one big game and kind of ride it to the cut. So I'm going to switch the camera over to the other side. We've got a pair here with two on the same lane both have the front five. And you can kind of see that off to the left. And we'll watch them come up in just a few moments here.
Kayla, your order is ready. Kayla.
Do it again. Hunter says, I finally got one. Do it again. Do it again. See, Hunter, Grandpa says, remember the power of positive thinking. Do it again. You can make out the score. He's got 71 through 6 with that strike up in the 7th. Trying to make it a double. So I want to move it over here, and Nathan, and I can't make out the name on his jersey, is one of the two with the 5 in a row, up a little bit high, left a 4-pin. But as I had said, 2 on this lane, both with the front 5. Hunter did take care of that 3-6 or 2-4-7. I'm sorry. He says back on it. And Tyler Rittenauer, who has spent much of the day in the cut, 4th place through 3 games, is the other bowler with the front 5, stepping up on lane 3 right now. Ugh, and he leaves a solid 8. So the standings after 4 games have just come out, and we have a new tournament leader, and that is Drake Waite. Even with a 177 game 4, he's got the lead by 1 pin. Drake and Zach Andreessen going back and forth. Right now it's Drake Waite at +1. After 4, +1, leading the entire tournament. Andreessen at an even 800 for the first 4. And you've got Tyler Rittenauer, who we just saw, 139 through 9 with a spare up. And if he continues that pace, he will likely climb the leaderboard some, because he's only behind the leader by 5 at -4. Chase Swenson, -19 in the 4th spot. Cody Hunker at -21. So the top 5 spots only separated by 22 pins. After that, you've got Lucas Hersrud and Brooks Salzman tied at -25. Joe Woods-Wiseman, who we saw with that big 237 game, at -39. Jason Moberg, who we saw with the 270 on this pair, at -59. And J.R. Stubbs, who started out big but has been slowed down in the last 3, rounds out the top 10 at -63. Right now, Trey is the 16th spot at -86. Trey and Wyatt Honecker. But again, you have 4 guaranteed spots for the female competitors, so that could change how this turns out. I can see at least 3 of the girls already in the cut. So we'll see how that changes things throughout the late stages of this qualifying. Warren Mansky, one of my teammates back in Eau Claire, says, way to go, Drake. He's a good player. He really is.
This love, your order is ready. This love, your food order is ready.
And again, if you missed the standings, you can always go to the Med City Holiday Weekend, the page on Facebook. He's constantly updating the standings there. It'll get a little trickier in match play just because of the size of the bracket. But we'll do the best we can to keep you in the loop. Again, this is game 5 of the 7-game qualifying round at the Youth Holiday Match Games at Colonial Lanes, Rochester, Minnesota. We've seen the scores start, I don't know, moderate. There were a few guys, a couple guys, a few ladies up around plus 25, plus 50 or so. But over the course of these last few games, they have dropped. And as it stands right now, the leader of our event is at +1. Spares are at a premium. You look up and down the house, you see lots of splits. And despite the two different conditions between the adult event yesterday and the youth event today, there have been a lot of similarities in the low scores and the grind that both events have become.
Your arm's long enough.
You know, I didn't bring my glasses. I gotta hold it out there. Yeah, absolutely. I know what's gonna happen. Where's Lily at?
So off to the left, we were looking at Nathan and Tyler, the two that had the front 5. Nathan had a big split in the 8th. He's got 182 through 8, while Tyler has gone spare, strike in the 6th, 7th, and 8th, and can still shoot 268 if he hits the last 4.
So we just did the same thing on 19. A little higher.
Trisha, your order is ready. Trisha.
So I did the same thing. Shot 149. They didn't move me. That's why it's okay.
Well, two of our first shots, and I hooked her back. So it was just like, and literally at her feet. Like, oh, dear God.
Oh boy.
Just from 192 to 14, and now it's lost.
Right. Yeah, she got to that. She had shot 2-0, and then to that there, I wasn't with her. She didn't come down and get me. Watching my phone. I went down there, I'm like, oh shit, this got 8 and 7. And I go down there, she's like, yeah, these are really different. So I helped her, and she ended up striking out. So I was like, you gotta come and get me. Can you get my time? It's not gonna work. If you're gonna use something strong, go to your, if you're gonna move way left, go to your,
Al was just walking by, had flyer in his hand about the 28th annual Texatonka Lanes New Year's Day Junior Adult Tournament. First place for each youth division will be $1,000 based on 15 entries per division. 1 and 3 payout for the youth, and they can cash twice, but only once in the top 10. It's a handicap event, 90% of 220 based on last year's average. You can bowl both shifts, but you have to change partners. And the prepaid registration closes on the 29th, which will ensure your spot. But if there's space available, they'll take a walk-in, and they'll have fresh oil for each shift. So if you are interested, I can relay the message to Al. Either that, or you can call Texatonka at area code 952-935-3427. Trey is showing me his score sheet, and he's at minus 127 after 5. Says he felt like he shot good enough for 240, but ended up with a 150. And it's getting tough out there. Yeah. Yeah. He said pair to pair is better yesterday than it is today, and that's saying something because it was tough yesterday. Yeah. So I will be right back. I'm going to turn the sound off for just a minute, shut down my mic. You'll still be able to see what's going on here, but give me just a minute. I'll be right back. No, it's fine for me.
I was reading the chat. You got an active chat today.
B, your order is ready. B.
Yeah. All right, so some of these pairs moving on to game 6. We'll flip it back here and see how they start things out here on 7 and 8. You've got Trey Henriksmeyer among the group here on our live stream pair. It's been tough, he said. Tough going pair to pair. And of course, 7 and 8 has not been kind to most, but he starts out with a great shot and buries 10 in the pit.
Gary, your order is ready. Gary. Andrew, your order is ready. Andrew.
That's not me.
I mean, they said your name.
Yeah. Right. Yep. Oh. So, in this game of trying to wrap your mind around the fact that 180, 190, certainly 200 plus is a really good game. I'd say about 2/3 of the house is now caught up and on to game 6. You can see lanes 9 and 10 off to the right with the purple screen. They're finishing game 5. But game 6 is on the blue screen, which is what 7 and 8 is. Dawson Unrath on lane 8. He's one of the leaders as far as MJBT points this season is concerned. Goes up high, leaves a 4.9.
When I had her by 20,
Jack, your order's ready?
not really because it's overall.
Chad, your order is ready?
Me too.
So there's a double up for Trey. And those two shots were just buried. So these pairs are all on to game 6 now. You see Jason Moberg on lane 5. He was the one who had 270 on 7 and 8 here, but has struggled both before and after. However, he's got the front 2 now in the 6th game. After 4, he was well within the cut at minus 59.
Jason, your order is ready? Sadie, your order is ready as well? Kitchen window?
Hey, Warren. So you said the camera is aimed at lanes 9 and 10. Yeah, kind of. I'm kind of trying to get as much in as possible. In fact, I should probably have it a little bit to the left, just because I'm afraid of the potential copyright infringement that I might face of broadcasting even a sliver of the NFL. There we go.
Roger, your order is ready. Roger.
Yeah, it's kind of it's a tough situation because I don't have a lot of cable to get me very far, and Warren, you'll see that next month with Chippewa Valley match games. But also there isn't a whole lot of room because there's just a lot of people. There's a lot of people in the concourse, which is great. You know, we had mentioned Dawson Unrath, who's up on lane 8. He had a tough start. Started out with a 150, but he's been slowly gaining ground. And with a 217 in game 4, he's up in 13th. So certainly primed to make a run if he can continue that trend.
I was buying a car. We're buying a car? Yep, for my dad. Yeah, like. I could have guessed. Yeah, like you bought it for my mom.
For those interested in seeing this afternoon's competition, we will be live streaming that as well. But that'll be on a different link. So here's what the channel homepage looks like, kind of. I prefer dark mode. That's why it's black, but it's usually in white. If you go down the page and look for the 10K Larson siding, windows, and roofing quadruple crown, and then these two links right here, the one that we're on live right now, and the one next to it have the MJBT logo in the lower right. This one right here. The title is Livestream 2023 Youth Holiday Match Games Match Play. It's kind of cut off there. That's where you can find match play this afternoon, and that is where we will determine a champion. But a big thank you to Al Houston and all of the event sponsors that he has been able to secure over months and months of preparing for this weekend's events. In that same playlist, you can see the replay from this October's Champions Pro Shop Open. That was the first jewel in the quadruple crown. Brady Stearns came away with the win in that one, defeating Dave Ullman in the championship match. Dawson just hit a nice double in the third and fourth frames. Brooke Salzman hits her first strike of the game after 3 consecutive spares.
Travis, your order is ready. Travis.
So I want to flip the camera over to the lower end here. One of the players on 3 and 4 has the front 4. And we'll check in with that 5th frame in just a moment here.
Tiffany, your order is ready. Switch window. Tiffany.
And that is Justin Sir tripping a 4-pin. No, I'm sorry. That's not who had the front 4. That was on the other lane. So Trey has definitely found something on the left lane.
I don't know where it's at.
It's just a matter of getting it done on the right. And Dawson with another strike on the left, too. He's got a great game. Just solid at the line, lots of power. Great release.
Skinner, your food is available. Skinner.
So it looks like they have just updated the standings. So I'll get that refreshed on my end. So here are the standings after 5 games of competition. Zach Andreessen has reclaimed the lead in grand fashion with a 244 game in Game 5. He is now plus 44. Remember, he was even after 4 and had that big game to follow it up. Tyler Rittenauer with a 224 last game, trails by 24 now. He is plus 20, and those are the only 2 who are plus at this point. Cody Hunker with a 209 in Game 5 is at minus 12. Isaiah Sample broke through with a nice 242. He's at minus 23. And Drake Waite hanging in there in the top 5 at minus 31. From there, you've got Jason Moberg, Brooke Salzman, Lucas Herzrud, Dawson Unrath, and Joe Woods-Wiseman. Rounding out the top 10, 16th right now, Joseph Evanson at minus 124. So there you go. It is going to it's going to be a struggle these last few games. Trey is right behind him at minus 127. And JJ Christensen, who's also on this lane, at minus 130. Or, I'm sorry, no, he was a pair ahead of them. He's off on the higher end, I believe, on 13 and 14 this game. So, plus 44 is leading the pack right now. Only 2 bowlers are plus. And I believe you've got 2 girls in the cut, which means 2 others would jump up into the match play, and that would knock out Evanson and Dylan McCauley. Well, McCauley and Stubbs are tied, so there could be some type of tiebreaker in there. But that's where we stand. Minus 100, more than 100 to be in the cut right now. And a couple of big games, a couple of 240s in their last game in Game 5. So it'll be interesting to see what happens from here. Because we're seeing a couple, at least a couple on this pair, starting to figure things out. And again, you can catch the score updates on the Facebook page, Med City Holiday Weekend. So good to see Rachel Wilcox checking in live with us, saying, let's go Mason and Nolan. They've got some fans on the live stream. And if Doug is watching, I have a message from Dawson that you might not like to hear. He says you suck.
Lynn, your order's ready? Lynn?
So one more game of qualifying after this one. And then we move on to double elimination match play. So plenty of opportunity for the young ladies to come out of this with a win today. You've got 4 guaranteed spots in match play along with the next 4, which all cash. You are. That's a nice cover of the 145 over there on 6 by Michael Evison Jr.
Still, your food is available. Andrea, your food is available.
So you go back to the standings here, and there's a lot of possibilities at the cut line and beyond. That one big game can make a world of difference, as Trey Henriksmeyer hits his 5th in a row to start out the 10th frame. Still got to look at 258 if he can punch out here. And that is a whale of a game at this point in the tournament. Buried that urethane ball in the 1-3, and with count, he'll be in the high 250s.
Oh, thank you. Thanks. Oh, no. I'm good.
A little bit high, leaves a 6, but it's 257, which is one of the higher games we've seen on this pair today.
You tried giving me your dinner. Take care.
So with that, he was down 127 to start this game, so he'll be back up to minus 70, if my math is correct. And that should propel him back well into the cut. But there are some nice scores on this pair for a change, with, of course, highlighted by Trey's 257. You got 180 something coming up here, or maybe not. Dawson Unrath has a nice string. He could be in the 230s, maybe 240. And Brooks Salzman also working on a 200-plus game. So they're working hard at it, and they're getting it done. Could tell Dawson giving it a little extra oomph. Just get it down the lane to cover that 4-7. Make sure it doesn't hook. See what he does on his fill ball. He's still got a shot at 222. Didn't like it, but it's a good place to stick that. He's got 219, which is certainly a nice game. Salzman's got a shot at 220 up there. If she can get her third in a row here, and her second shot in the 10th. Not quite, but they'll still be in the 2 teens with a spare here, 213. Nope, 212.
Elizabeth, the order is ready. Elizabeth.
So, nice game here in Game 6 of the qualifying for several bowlers on 7 and 8 here. Brooke Salzman was already entering that game in 7th place. Unrath just 6 pins beneath her. So I'll carry that momentum into the final game of qualifying. And what do you know? Here's our tournament leader, Zach Andreessen, here to finish things off on 7 and 8 in the 7th game of qualifying. So again, this will be game 7 for folks on this pair, 7 and 8. You can see the green scoring monitors. The blue off to the right is that pair is finishing off their 6th game. And again, the only difference between yesterday's adult match games and today's is the number of qualifying games. There's one fewer qualifying game today. Andreessen, you'll recall, jumped up to the top of the pack with a 244 in Game 5. So at the conclusion of our qualifying round, that'll be after the 7th game of qualifying, we'll hang tight here for a bit to get the final standings from qualifying. See who's in and who's out, or at least try and get a decent picture of that. And then match play will be on that second link that you can find in this same playlist, the Quadruple Crown playlist on the Bowling with the Fef channel. Zach crosses over and catches a break. So there are only 6 bowlers on this in this group, so this game will probably go relatively fast. Isaiah Sample, who is about to throw in his second frame on lane 7, was in 4th coming into the 6th game of qualifying. And that came on the strength of a 242 in Game 5. A nice pickup of the 310 there by Noah Hansen. That really seems to be the winning line for the high rev players, two-handed or otherwise, is taking that urethane and getting really deep, letting it do its thing. We saw Trey have success with that here, and now Andreessen has been doing well with it on the right. He's got to figure out the left lane. So Sample with the double in his third and fourth frames. Still well within the cut. Wow. Zach caught a nice break there. Right up through the beak and got the 3 out, got the 10 out. And it's a good place to do it, too, that left lane where he hasn't had much luck in the early going, but now can, the good result on 8 can turn it into a 3-bagger. Gloria says, let's go, Justin. I'm not really sure where Justin Sir is right now. I saw him earlier, but he was in 44th place after 5. And pretty soon here we will likely get the standings through 6. See how everybody measures up in this final game of qualifying.
Sometimes.
Ace that one. And yep, with that nice break in the 5th, he's got a 3-bagger. Oh, beautiful shot by Sample and just does not get the 8. And we saw a lot of that yesterday where you had a lot of flush pocket hits, leave 8s and 9s, and to the point where you started to wonder if hitting half pocket might be a little more beneficial. But nevertheless, a great shot. And it's got a nice pace going. He can still come out of this with a big game if he hits some strikes down the stretch. Now Andreessen working on the last 3. He had that high hit carry in the 5th. Let's see what he does here in the 7th to try and keep the string alive. Couldn't get the 10 out. And there's Justin. We saw him on lane 9. You'll see Joe Woods Wiseman come into your screen on the left there. He's in his 4th frame. And he carries a nice strike there. He's another one who's well within the cut at 10th place after 5 games. Dylan McCauley kind of right on the bubble as he hits the last 3 after an open in the 3rd. And Andreessen gets the 10 out on the right. That is definitely the lane he's got a great look on.
Your pizza's available? AJ, your pizza's done?
Has not missed on that right lane this whole game. Wow. Drake Waite with a nice shot at that 710 on lane 6 there on the left side of your screen. All right, Sample working on a strike on lane 7. This is his 8th frame and buries it. He's definitely throwing with a little more speed than Andreessen. Similar line, but he's using that reactive ball and getting his hits. And again, well within the cut going into game 6. We'll see how he and the others fare once we get an update on the scores through 6. Didn't seem sure on that one, but got him to fall. And other than that washout in the first, he's thrown a nice game. There's a nice cover by Noah Hansen. I like shooting at that one that way too. You get two chances. Again, after the bowlers are done with this 7th game of qualifying, we'll kind of hang tight for a bit, wait for those standings to come out, and give you a look at who is in the top 16 right before we go to our other live stream link to bring you our double elimination match play to determine a champion here at the Youth Holiday Match Games. Another great shot by Andreessen on the right. Certainly good for him to be finishing on that right lane where he's had a lot of success today in this final game. Can punch out for 238. And you got to believe that'll all but lock up the top seed. But we saw a terrific performance out of him yesterday, too, making the cut in the adult event and going deep in the bracket. .236, and that's a fantastic way to end out his qualifying round. We'll see how things shake out after we get the results from the first 6 games. And then Seeing how everybody else finishes up in game 7. Sample ended his game with a 201. So Dylan McCauley, who you see there on lane 5 with a spare in the 10th, is really right on the bubble after 5. And he'll finish out with a 187, which has been a pretty solid game today. So we'll see how he ends up. A lot of that determined by what he did in game 6. Now, there is a crawl across the scores that says boys cut line minus 140, girls cut line minus 179. So we'll see how that is translated in the standings after 6 once that comes out. But for now, cut line for the boys minus 140 and for the girls minus 179. And Peyton Rowley, who you see on lane 5 there, was right in the mix after 5. She was at minus 157. Okay, and the standings after 6 games have just come out, so we'll get those up on the screen. Again, you can see them in the Facebook page, Med City Holiday Weekend. After 6, Zach Andreessen, plus 32, leading the field, 10 better than Tyler Rittenauer at plus 22. They remained the only 2 plus after 6 games, with Isaiah Sample at minus 22, Cody Hunker at minus 25, and Jason Moberg at minus 45. On the lower end there, Nathan Ewell, who went 218, 205 in games 5 and 6, was at minus 145. But we saw that the cut line for the boys was minus 140, which would lead me to believe you've got a couple of girls in there. Brooke Salzman in the 8th spot at minus 53. And Kira Magzam at minus 109. Remember, 4 girls will advance to match play. Looks like Liz Riddenauer is in there at minus 157. And Peyton Rowley, minus 179, with Addison Johnson just a pin behind her. So we saw Rowley finish with a 146 in that last game. So it'll depend on how Johnson finishes to see who gets that final spot in the match play. So a lot going on here as we finish out the block to determine who's getting in and who's going home. Again, 4 more girls past the 4 who are making it to match play will cash in this event. And a big thank you to all of you who are watching live. Appreciate that. I hope you'll consider subscribing to the channel, liking this video. To subscribe, you just hit the logo right at the bottom there, bottom right. Just be logged into your Google account when you do. Doesn't cost you anything. And if you hit the notification bell, set your notifications to on, you can be among the first to know when we do live streams and upload recorded videos to the channel, just like this one. And don't forget, after we conclude our live streams today, these will be on the channel permanently, so you'll be able to go back and review on replay what went down here at Colonial Lanes in Rochester, Minnesota. Oh, a great shot by Woods Wiseman at that split, but just could not take out the 7. And he'll end that game at 182. He was in the 11th spot coming into this game. So we'll see how that factors into his positioning after the final game of qualifying here.
Let's go.
What'd you have game 7?
225.
Nice.
I'm 45 under.
All right, so Trey said he shot 225 in game 7 to finish at 45 under. So he will, I'll go out on a limb and say he'll be well within the cut and move on to match play after kind of a shaky start, but that'll happen. You got the long format, plenty of time to figure things out, and he certainly did. We saw him shoot 250 on this pair. Ending things with a 225, and that should be enough.
Okay, you can go to the car whenever that one's done. Sit back, no.
So a couple more players to finish on the end there. And we will find out who's in and who's out after a short break. Again, here are the standings after 6. Zach Andreessen on top, and with that 236 he shot in Game 7, can't imagine that he'll be far from the leading qualifier, if not the leading qualifier, after this is all said and done. Tyler Rittenauer, beneath him, Isaiah Sample, Cody Hunker, and Jason Moberg. So as we finish up here, I'm going to turn the audio off on this stream. We'll hang tight for a few, wait for those standings to come out, and when they do, I'll put them up on the screen, and then migrate over to that other channel for the match play, where our top 16 will go head-to-head, one-game matches, double elimination to determine who's walking away from the youth holiday match games as our champion. Stick around.